Welcome, dear listener, to a journey through time and magic. Tonight, we invite you to rest your weary mind and let yourself drift into the ancient mists of history, where castles rose from dreams and magic flowed as freely as rivers through enchanted glades. Close your eyes, if you wish, and breathe deeply. Let the weight of the day fall away like autumn leaves from an old oak tree. We are going to travel together to a time long before wands were registered, before the statute of secrecy, before the very concept of a magical school existed in Britain. We are going to the very beginning, to the founding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In those ancient days, nearly 1,000 years ago, the world was a different place. The Muggle and magical communities had not yet fully separated. Witches and wizards lived among non-magical folk, though often in secret, practicing their craft in hidden glades and shadowed corners. Magic was both feared and revered, whispered about in taverns and around hearthfires. And in this world of uncertainty and wonder, 4 extraordinary witches and wizards would come together with a shared dream, a dream that would echo through the centuries and shape the destiny of generations yet unborn. Let us begin with autumn, for it was in autumn that the founders first gathered, when the leaves turned gold and crimson, and the air carried the scent of wood smoke and approaching change. Godric Gryffindor stood upon a windswept moor in the Scottish Highlands, his crimson cloak billowing behind him like a banner of flame. He was a man of considerable height and presence, with a thick auburn beard and eyes that sparkled with both mirth and determination. At his side hung a magnificent sword, wrought with goblin-made steel, a blade that would one day bear his name and rest within the walls of the school he envisioned. Godric had travelled far across these lands, witnessing the persecution of young witches and wizards who had no guidance, no protection, no place to learn the ancient arts safely. His heart, brave and bold as a lion's, ached for these lost children of magic. Not far from where Godric stood, in the soft valley below, Helga Hufflepuff tended to a garden that bloomed impossibly in the late season. Her hands, gentle and sure, coaxed life from the earth with a whisper of magic that felt as natural as breathing. Helga was stout and kind-faced, with honey-coloured hair bound loosely at her neck, and a smile that could warm the coldest winter's day. From her home in the Welsh valleys, she had brought with her a gift, a golden cup, intricately wrought, that would later become one of her most treasured possessions. But more precious than any object was her philosophy, that every magical child, regardless of blood or talent, deserved a place to belong, to learn, to flourish. She believed in loyalty, in hard work, in the quiet dignity of accepting all who came with open hearts. Across the moor, in a tower that seemed to pierce the very clouds themselves, Rowena Ravenclaw sat surrounded by scrolls and ancient tomes. The tower was of her own design, built with magic and mathematics in perfect harmony. Rowena was elegant and severe, with dark hair that fell in waves past her shoulders and eyes as sharp as a hawk's gaze. Upon her brow, she sometimes wore a diadem of her own creation, a circlet set to enhance the wisdom of its wearer. She had come from the far Scottish glens, where she had spent years studying the mysteries of magic, cataloguing spells, and seeking knowledge in all its forms. For Rowena, the school was not merely a sanctuary, but a temple of learning, a place where brilliant minds could be honed like precious gemstones, where wit and creativity would be celebrated and cultivated. And then there was Salazar Slytherin, the most enigmatic of the four. He emerged from the marshlands of the Eastern Fens, a tall figure cloaked in green and silver, moving with the fluid grace of a serpent through water. His face was angular and aristocratic, his eyes cold and calculating, yet burning with an intensity that spoke of great ambition and greater power. Salazar was a parselmouth, gifted with the rare ability to speak to serpents, and he carried with him ancient knowledge passed down through his pure blood lineage. He believed in the primacy of magical heritage, in the importance of preserving the old ways, of teaching only those whose blood ran true with magic. Yet despite this philosophy that would later cause such division, he shared with the others a fundamental truth, that young witches and wizards needed protection, needed education, needed a place where their gifts could be nurtured away from the fearful eyes of those who did not understand. These four, so different in temperament, philosophy, and approach, met beneath an ancient oak tree on the appointed night. The moon hung full and silver above them, casting long shadows across the highland moor. They had corresponded for months, each recognizing in the others a shared vision, despite their differences. Now, face to face, they would forge something unprecedented in magical history. "We cannot continue as we are," Godric said, his voice carrying clearly in the night air. "Too many young ones are lost, their magic untrained, their potential squandered. Too many are hunted, feared, driven into hiding before they even understand what they are." Helga nodded gently, her kind eyes reflecting the moonlight. "Every child deserves a home," she said softly. "A place where they are accepted for their gifts, not feared for them. A place where they can learn not just spells and enchantments, but kindness, loyalty, and the value of honest work." Rowena's sharp gaze moved from one face to another. "And a place of true learning," she added, her voice measured and precise. "Where knowledge is not hoarded but shared, where the brightest minds can push the boundaries of what magic can accomplish. We must create something that will outlast us all, an institution of such excellence that it becomes a beacon for magical education for centuries to come." Salazar stood slightly apart, his arms folded within his voluminous robes. "Agreed," he said, though his tone was cooler. "But we must be selective. True magical ability is rare and precious. We should teach those whose heritage ensures they will respect and preserve our traditions. The school must not become diluted with those who lack the proper understanding." Attention rippled through the group, but it was not yet the chasm it would become. Godric stepped forward, placing a hand on Salazar's shoulder. "My friend," he said warmly, "let us first build our school. Let us create something magnificent. The question of whom we teach, we can address that together, as partners in this great work." And so, under that autumn moon, with stars wheeling overhead like ancient witnesses, the four founders made their pact. They would pool their magic, their knowledge, their resources, and they would build a castle, a school unlike any the world had seen. The location they chose was perfect in its isolation and beauty. A vast lake, black as obsidian, reflected the sky like a mirror of stars. Dense forests, dark and ancient, surrounded the area, filled with creatures both magical and mundane. And there, upon a high cliff overlooking the lake, they would raise their castle. The construction took time, though not as much as any Muggle building of such magnitude would require. Magic, when wielded by four of the most powerful witches and wizards of the age, could accomplish wonders. Stone rose from the earth itself, shaping and forming according to their combined will. Towers spiraled upward, reaching toward the clouds. Great halls manifested, their ceilings enchanted to reflect the sky above. Dungeons delved deep into the rock, cool and shadowed. Classrooms appeared, each suited to different disciplines of magical learning. Godric focused his efforts on creating spaces of grandeur and courage, a great tower that would house those who valued bravery, where crimson and gold would drape the walls, where the very stones seemed to pulse with a warm, fierce energy. He ensured the castle had defenses too, enchantments that would protect the students within from those who might wish them harm. Helga worked her magic on the lower levels, creating kitchens vast and warm, where house elves would one day prepare feasts beyond imagining. She crafted cozy chambers near the kitchens, where students who valued hard work and loyalty would feel at home, surrounded by the comforting sense of earth and growing things. Her touch made the castle feel welcoming, safe, like a home should feel. Rowena designed with precision and elegance. Her tower, the tallest of all, spiraled up into the clouds, filled with books and scrolls, with quiet spaces for contemplation and study. She created the library, stocking it with tomes both common and rare. And she wove enchantments into the very stones that would encourage learning, creativity, and intellectual growth. Salazar's contributions were perhaps the most mysterious. He delved deep beneath the castle, creating chambers in the rock itself, dungeons that would house those who valued ambition and cunning, where silver and green would gleam in the torchlight. And deeper still, unknown to the others at first, he created something else, a secret chamber, accessible only to those who spoke his language, the tongue of serpents. Within this chamber of secrets, he placed something terrible and powerful, a guardian that would await his heir. But in those early days, as the castle took shape stone by stone, spell by spell, there was harmony. The four founders worked side by side, their combined magic creating something far greater than any of them could have achieved alone. Staircases appeared, some that would later learn to move of their own accord. Portraits were hung, enchanted to hold the memories and personalities of those depicted. Suits of armor were placed in corridors, later to be charmed with a semblance of awareness. The castle grew organically, almost as if it were alive, responding to the will and imagination of its creators. As the castle neared completion, a question arose that would require perhaps the greatest magic of all. How would they divide the students among them? Each founder had their own values, their own ideas about what qualities mattered most in a witch or wizard. They could not each teach every student. The school would grow too large for that. They needed a system, a way to ensure each student found their place. It was Godric who first suggested it one evening as they sat together in what would become the Great Hall. "We each value different qualities," he said, gazing at his companions. "I seek the brave, those with courage in their hearts. Helga values loyalty and dedication. Rowena prizes wit and learning, and Salazar looks for ambition and resourcefulness. What if we could divine these qualities in each student and guide them to the founder whose teaching would suit them best?" "But how?" Helga asked, practically. "We cannot interview each child who comes through our doors, and qualities of character are not always immediately apparent." Rowena's eyes gleamed with the light of inspiration. "We create something," she said slowly. "An object enchanted with our combined wisdom, something that can perceive the essence of a student and determine where they belong." Salazar nodded, intrigued despite himself. "A seeing object," he murmured, "imbued with our collective judgment." And so they set to work on what would become one of the most famous magical objects in history, the sorting hat. Godric offered his own hat, a pointed cap he had worn for years, soft with age and use. Each founder contributed to the enchantment, pouring into it their values, their wisdom, their understanding of human nature. They gave it the ability to read minds, to perceive potential, to sense the deepest qualities of a student's character. When they were finished, the hat could speak, could sing, could make decisions with the combined wisdom of all four founders. It would rest upon each new student's head and determine which house, which founder's legacy they would join. 4 houses then, for 4 founders: Gryffindor for the brave, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Ravenclaw for the wise, and Slytherin for the ambitious. The first students arrived in the year 993, tentative and wondering, brought by parents who had heard whispers of this new school in the north. They came from across Britain and beyond, children who had shown signs of magic, who needed training and protection. The sorting hat sang its first song, explaining the qualities of each house, and one by one, students were sorted and claimed. The castle came alive with young voices. Lessons began in earnest. Godric taught dueling and defense. Helga instructed in herbology and food-related charms. Rowena guided students through ancient runes and complex transfiguration. Salazar imparted knowledge of potions and the dark arts, not to encourage darkness, but to defend against it. The seasons turned, gentle and sure. Autumn gave way to winter, and the castle's first Christmas was celebrated with a feast that made the enchanted ceiling glow with soft falling snow. Spring brought new growth to the grounds, and students discovered the joys of magical creatures and flying on broomsticks. Summer saw the first-class graduate, young witches and wizards ready to take their place in the world, shaped by the knowledge and values their founders had instilled. But even in those early golden years, a shadow was forming. The tension that had rippled through the founders' first meeting had not dissipated. It had only been delayed, pushed aside in the excitement of creation and the joy of teaching. Salazar grew increasingly uneasy about some of the students admitted to Hogwarts. He saw children of Muggle parentage performing magic, and while he acknowledged their ability, he questioned their place in the magical world. He worried about exposure, about the dilution of ancient magical bloodlines, about the loss of tradition and purity. His concerns, expressed with growing frequency and intensity, began to drive a wedge between him and the other founders. Helga, especially, opposed his views with quiet firmness. She had seen too much goodness in students of all backgrounds to accept that blood-determined worth. Rowena argued from logic, that magical ability appeared where it would, regardless of parentage, and to reject talented students for their ancestry was to weaken the school, not strengthen it. Godric, his temper stirred by what he saw as injustice, confronted Salazar more directly. The arguments grew heated. The 4 who had worked so harmoniously now found themselves at odds. Salazar demanded that they accept only pure blood students, or at least those with clear magical heritage. The others refused. Finally, one dark winter's night, Salazar Slytherin left Hogwarts. He departed quietly, without ceremony or farewell to the students. But before he left, he sealed the Chamber of Secrets, ensuring that only his true heir, one who spoke Parseltongue, could ever open it again. Within that chamber lurked the basilisk, a terrible serpent bred from darkness, waiting to purge the school of those Salazar deemed unworthy. The remaining founders felt the loss deeply. Despite their differences, Salazar had been integral to Hogwarts' creation. His departure left a wound that would never fully heal. But they pressed on, determined that the school would continue, would thrive, would stand as a beacon of magical education for all who possessed the gift, regardless of their blood. The years that followed Salazar's departure saw Hogwarts solidify into the institution it would remain. The castle itself seemed to grow more aware, more alive with each passing season. Staircases began to shift of their own accord, as if the building itself played gentle tricks on its inhabitants. Portraits gossiped and moved between frames. Ghosts appeared, the restless spirits of those who had loved the castle too much to ever truly leave. Godric, Helga, and Rowena continued teaching, shaping generations of witches and wizards. They established traditions that would endure. The House Cup, awarded to the house that exemplified its values most fully throughout the year. Quidditch, a game that would become the wizarding world's favorite sport. The feast days that marked the turning of seasons. Each founder, knowing their mortal years were limited, took steps to ensure their legacy would continue. Godric's sword was placed where the brave could claim it in times of need. Helga's cup was carefully preserved, imbued with her magic. Rowena's diadem, her greatest treasure, was hidden away by her daughter, lost to time, and Salazar's chamber remained sealed, waiting in the depths. One by one, the founders passed from this world into legend. Their portraits were hung in the headmaster's office, enchanted to retain some essence of their wisdom and personality. Their names became synonymous with the qualities they valued. To be called a true Gryffindor was to be recognized as brave, a Hufflepuff as loyal, a Ravenclaw as wise, a Slytherin as ambitious. And the castle they built together stood firm against the passage of time, its stones soaked in magic so deep that it would never truly fade. Students would continue to arrive each September, to be sorted beneath the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, to learn and grow and discover themselves within those ancient walls. And so, dear listener, we come to the end of our first journey, the story of how Hogwarts began, how 4 extraordinary individuals created something that would outlast them by 1,000 years and more. Let yourself imagine, as you drift toward sleep, the castle as it stood in those early days, new and gleaming, filled with wonder, not yet layered with centuries of history, but already magical to its core. Picture the 4 founders, so different yet united in purpose, their combined magic flowing through stone and spell. Feel the warmth of Helga's kindness, the sharpness of Rowena's wisdom, the courage of Godric's heart, and yes, even the passion of Salazar's convictions, misguided though they became. The castle stands still beside its black lake, beneath the wheeling stars, waiting for us to explore more of its history. But for now, rest easy. Let the gentle rhythm of this story carry you into dreams of magic and possibility. The seasons will turn many times in our tale tonight. Generations will come and go. But through it all, the castle will stand, growing, changing, deepening, becoming more itself with each passing year. Let yourself settle into this rhythm, this long, slow dance of history, and allow it to carry you softly toward rest. In the years immediately following the founder's passing, Hogwarts faced its first great test. Could it survive without the four extraordinary individuals who had created it? The answer, as the 11th century unfolded, proved to be a resounding yes. The position of headmaster or headmistress became formalized. No longer would the school be guided by a council of equals, but by a single leader chosen for wisdom, magical ability, and dedication to the founder's vision. The first headmaster, whose name has survived in the records, was Everard the Elder, a tall, solemn wizard who had been one of Rowena Ravenclaw's most brilliant students. He understood that his role was not to replace the founders, but to steward their legacy, to ensure that the castle remained a sanctuary for young witches and wizards from all corners of the magical world. Under Everard's guidance, the castle continued to evolve in ways both subtle and profound. The kitchens expanded, managed now by a growing population of house elves who took pride in their work, preparing feasts that became legendary even beyond Hogwarts walls. The library grew as new texts were acquired from across Europe and beyond. Grimoires from France, spellbooks from the Germanic lands, treatises on magical theory from the scholars of Constantinople. The grounds, too, began to take on their distinctive character. The Forbidden Forest grew denser and darker, becoming home to creatures both wondrous and dangerous. Unicorns stepped delicately through moonlit glades. Centaurs established their herds in the deeper woods, and acromantulas, though these would come much later, found the shadows to their liking. The lake, vast and black, became known to harbour merpeople who occasionally surfaced to observe the castle with their strange, alien eyes. And in the shallows, the giant squid made its first recorded appearance, a creature of uncertain origin but seemingly benevolent disposition. Students in these early centuries experienced a Hogwarts both familiar and foreign to those who would come later. They still wore robes and carried wands, still attended lessons in transfiguration and charms, still competed for house points and played early versions of Quidditch, though the game was rougher then, less refined, with fewer rules and more injuries. But their world was different too. The magical and non-magical communities had not yet fully separated. Students might return home for holidays to villages where witches and wizards lived openly alongside muggles, practicing their crafts with relatively little fear of persecution. This would not last, of course, but in those early decades of the second millennium, there was still a kind of innocence, a last golden age before the darkness of suspicion and fear would drive the magical world into hiding. As the years flowed onward, like water in a stream, Hogwarts developed traditions that would endure for centuries. The welcoming feast became an elaborate ritual, with the Sorting Hat's song growing more sophisticated each year, sometimes offering warnings, sometimes celebrating unity, always reflecting the concerns and triumphs of its age. The end-of-year feast became equally important, with the awarding of the House Cup a moment of celebration or heartbreak, depending on one's allegiance. The castle itself seemed to grow more magical with each passing season. Staircases now moved with intention and sometimes with mischief, depositing students in unexpected corridors. Secret passages began to appear, or perhaps they had always been there, but only now were discovered by enterprising students willing to explore. The Room of Requirement, though its existence would not be widely known for centuries, began making itself available to those in desperate need. A student who required a place to hide found a small, secure chamber. One who needed to practice spells discovered a room perfectly suited to the purpose. Another, who sought comfort, found a cozy space with a warm fire and soft chairs. The portraits that lined the corridors multiplied as former headmasters and headmistresses passed on and chose to leave their likenesses behind. These painted figures became part of the castle's living memory, gossiping with one another, moving between frames, offering advice or criticism to the current headmaster as the mood took them. They were not quite ghosts. Those would come too in time, but something else, a kind of magical echo of personality preserved in oil and canvas and enchantment. During this century, a particularly notable headmistress named Dilys Derwent held the position. She was a small, fierce woman with steel grey hair and eyes that missed nothing. Dilys believed passionately in pushing the boundaries of magical education. Under her leadership, new subjects were introduced. Arithmancy, the magical study of the properties of numbers, became formalized as a discipline. Study of ancient runes was expanded beyond Rowena's original curriculum, and the basics of what would later be called divination began to be taught, though with more skepticism than faith. Dilys also established a tradition that would continue through the centuries: the maintenance of detailed records. Every student who passed through Hogwarts doors had their name entered in great ledgers, along with their house, their achievements, and sometimes their misdeeds. Every significant event was recorded by the headmaster or headmistress of the time. These chronicles would become invaluable, a written memory to complement the castle's living one. The professors in these years were witches and wizards of considerable skill, though their names have largely faded from history. They taught with passion and dedication, each adding their own innovations to their subjects. The potions master of the mid-12th century developed several healing draughts still in use today. The charms professor discovered a new variation on the levitation charm that made it easier for young students to master. The transfiguration teacher, a stern Scottish wizard named Angus MacTavish, established the progressive curriculum that would guide the teaching of that subject for centuries. From matches to needles in the first year, from beetles to buttons in the second, and so on, each year building upon the last. As the 13th century dawned, Hogwarts' reputation had spread far beyond the shores of Britain. It was now recognized as one of the premier magical institutions in Europe, standing alongside Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France and the Durmstrang Institute in the far north. Students occasionally came from the continent to study at Hogwarts, bringing with them different magical traditions and perspectives. This international connection enriched the school immeasurably. French students introduced more elegant wand movements and a certain refinement to spellcasting. Those from the Germanic regions brought knowledge of dark creatures and defenses against them. Scholars from the Mediterranean shared ancient magical texts preserved from Greek and Roman times, expanding the library's collection in ways that delighted every Ravenclaw who encountered them. The headmaster during much of this century was Phillida Spore, a witch of remarkable talent in herbology, though that subject would not be formalized under that name for some time yet. Phillida expanded the greenhouses, creating specialized environments for magical plants from around the world. Students now studied not just the native magical flora of Britain, but exotic specimens, venomous tentacula from the tropics, mandrakes from the Mediterranean, gillyweed from the coastal waters of the south. The greenhouses became a wonder unto themselves, steaming and verdant, filled with the sense of earth and growth, and sometimes danger. It was also during the 13th century that Quidditch began to resemble the game that would be played centuries later, the addition of the golden snitch, replacing the earlier and far more brutal practice of using a live bird, revolutionized the sport. Now matches had a definitive ending point, and the role of seeker became one of glory and importance. Inter-house Quidditch matches became the highlight of the school year, with students cheering themselves hoarse for their teams, house rivalries playing out in the air above the pitch. The castle grounds expanded during this time as well. The Quidditch pitch was formalized with proper goal hoops and spectator stands that would be enchanted to protect viewers from the worst of the Scottish weather. The area around the lake was developed with paths for walking, and a boathouse appeared where students could take small vessels out onto the water on warm days, though always with warnings to stay clear of the deeper parts where the merpeople dwelt and the giant squid occasionally rose to the surface. The 14th century brought challenges from the world beyond Hogwarts' protective enchantments. In the Muggle world, plague swept across Europe, killing millions and leaving societies shattered in its wake. The magical community was not immune, though their healing magic and understanding of disease allowed them to fare somewhat better. Still, the sickness touched Hogwarts. Students fell ill. Some did not recover. The hospital wing, previously a small infirmary, was expanded significantly, and the position of matron became formalized, always filled by a witch or wizard skilled in healing magic. The castle mourned its losses. For the first time, memorial plaques appeared in the corridors, honoring students and staff who had died before their time. The ghosts, too, increased in number during these dark years. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, later to be known as Nearly Headless Nick, arrived in the 15th century, having died in 1492, and chose to remain at Hogwarts as the Gryffindor ghost. The Grey Lady, who had wandered the castle since Rowena Ravenclaw's time, was joined by the Fat Friar of Hufflepuff, a jovial spirit who had been executed for performing magical healing on Muggles. And in the dungeons, the Bloody Baron took up residence, his chains clanking, his presence feared by students for centuries to come. But even in darkness, there was light. The headmaster during the latter part of the 14th century was a wizard named Armando Everard, no relation to Everard the Elder, despite sharing a name. Armando was a gentle soul, a healer by training, and he guided the school through the plague years with compassion and wisdom. He established protocols for quarantine when necessary, but also insisted that learning continue, that life go on, that hope persist, even in the face of death. Under Armando's guidance, students found solace in their studies, in the routines of castle life, in the small magics that reminded them beauty and wonder still existed. The charms professor taught spells that created light in darkness, not just lumos, but enchantments that made flowers bloom from wand tips or filled the air with soft, glowing butterflies. The transfiguration lessons focused on transformation as metaphor, showing students that change, even painful change, could lead to something new and potentially beautiful. As the 15th century unfolded, the Muggle world entered what would be called the Age of Discovery, with explorers sailing to new lands across vast oceans. The magical world had its own explorations, though these were often more inward-turning, delving into the mysteries of magic itself rather than geographical frontiers. Hogwarts became a center for magical research during this time. The professors were no longer merely teachers, but scholars, pushing the boundaries of what magic could accomplish. The Transfiguration Department made significant advances in human transfiguration, though this remained dangerous and tightly controlled. The Potions Master developed new brews with increasingly complex properties, and in a small tower room, a professor of what would later be called spellcrafting worked on creating entirely new enchantments, some of which would enter common use, others proving too dangerous or unpredictable to be practical. The castle itself continued to evolve. New chambers appeared, or were discovered. It was never quite clear which, including a vast room filled with hourglasses of various sizes, each tracking some different aspect of time. The astronomy tower was heightened and improved, with telescopes of remarkable precision installed for students to chart the heavens. And deep in the dungeons, additional potion laboratories were created, with specialized equipment for the most advanced and delicate brewing work. Students in this century had access to a broader curriculum than ever before. Beyond the core subjects, they could now study magical theory, a discipline that sought to understand the fundamental principles underlying all magic. They could take advanced courses in particular specializations, occlumency for those who wished to learn to guard their minds, legilimency for those who sought to read thoughts, wandless magic for the especially talented. These subjects were not for everyone. They required dedication and natural ability, but their availability marked Hogwarts as an institution of true academic excellence. The headmistress during much of the 15th century was a witch named Eupraxia Roll, a descendant of one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, though she herself cared little for such distinctions. Eupraxia had been a Ravenclaw in her youth, and she brought to her leadership a scholar's dedication to learning and a progressive's willingness to embrace change. Under her guidance, the library was reorganized and expanded yet again, with a new restricted section created for texts too dangerous for young students but valuable for advanced research. The 16th century brought new challenges as tensions between the magical and non-magical worlds began to escalate. Witch hunts, while not yet at their peak, were becoming more common across Europe. Witches and wizards who lived openly among Muggles found themselves increasingly at risk. Accusations flew, trials were held, and burnings became horrifyingly frequent. Though most of those executed were actually Muggles, the magical community was not immune. Hogwarts became more important than ever as a refuge. Students arrived at the castle having witnessed terrible things, having lost family members to Muggle persecution, or simply living in fear of discovery. The school adapted to meet these needs. The protective enchantments around the grounds were strengthened. Methods for concealing magical ability were taught more rigorously, and students learned not just magic, but the importance of secrecy, of protecting their community from those who would destroy it out of fear and ignorance. The headmaster during the latter half of the 16th century was Dilwyn Barrack, a wizard who had personally witnessed the execution of several magical folk on the continent. Dilwyn was grim and determined, focused above all on keeping his students safe. He established new protocols. Students were taught how to defend themselves, not just against magical threats, but against muggle mobs. They learned memory charms to protect the castle's secrecy if they were ever captured. They practiced the art of wandless magic in case their wands were taken from them. Some criticized Dilwyn for making Hogwarts feel less like a school and more like a fortress, for focusing too much on defense and survival rather than the joy of learning. But he had seen too much death, too much fear to take chances with his students' lives. And in truth, the knowledge he insisted they learn would prove valuable in the dark centuries to come. Yet even in these tense times, magic persisted. Students still played Quidditch, still competed for the House Cup, still fell in love and made friendships that would last a lifetime. The castle still celebrated the turning of seasons with its feasts, still offered comfort and wonder to those within its walls, because that was what Hogwarts had become over these 6 centuries. Not just a school, but a home, a sanctuary, a place where magic lived and breathed and flourished despite the darkness gathering in the world beyond. As the 16th century drew to a close, Hogwarts stood transformed from the new school the founders had created. It was now ancient in its own right, layered with centuries of magic and memory. The stones themselves seemed to hold power, saturated with the spells cast within them, with the hopes and fears and dreams of generations of students. The 4 houses had developed distinct identities beyond what the founders had originally envisioned. Gryffindor was not just brave, but sometimes reckless, valuing daring above caution. Slytherin, still shadowed by its founders' departure, had become associated with cunning and ambition, its students often viewed with suspicion by the other houses. Ravenclaw prized not just wisdom, but creativity and individuality, producing students who thought in unique and sometimes eccentric ways. And Hufflepuff, perhaps underestimated by the other houses, quietly fostered the most loyal, hard-working students, those who formed the backbone of the magical community. The castle had its secrets now, accumulated over centuries, passages known to few, rooms that appeared only when needed, enchantments so old their origins had been forgotten. Students whispered of Salazar Slytherin's chamber, wondering if it truly existed or was merely legend. They told ghost stories about the Bloody Baron and speculated about the Grey Lady's identity. They mapped the moving staircases, trying to find patterns in their movements, though the staircases seemed to delight in defying prediction. The professors who walked the corridors in the late 16th century stood in a long tradition now, inheritors of teaching methods refined over generations. They knew what worked, how to introduce first years to wand work without too many accidents, how to keep 4th years engaged when they grew restless, how to prepare 7th years for the world beyond the castle walls. They were skilled, dedicated, and they understood that their work mattered, that each student they taught might go on to change the wizarding world in ways great or small. The rain falls softly against ancient stones tonight in our imagination. Candles flicker in distant windows, and within those walls, students still laugh, still learn, still discover themselves. Let that comfort you as we begin. The year 1612 marked a turning point in magical history, though few at the time understood its full significance. In the small English village of Pendle, a series of trials led to the execution of 12 people accused of witchcraft. Most were innocent muggles, victims of superstition and fear, but among them were two genuine witches whose magic had been discovered. The trials sent shockwaves through the magical community of Britain. Similar incidents were occurring across Europe and in the New World colonies. The witch hunts that had begun in the previous century were reaching their terrible peak. Thousands would be executed over the coming decades, the vast majority of them non-magical folk, but enough genuine witches and wizards died to create a climate of terror within the magical community. At Hogwarts, the headmistress Elfrida Clegg faced an impossible challenge: how to keep her students safe while maintaining the school's mission of magical education. The protective enchantments around the castle were strengthened to unprecedented levels. Muggle-repelling charms were layered so thickly that any non-magical person who approached would suddenly remember urgent business elsewhere. Disillusionment charms made the castle appear to Muggle eyes as nothing more than a dangerous ruin, unsuitable for exploration. Students arrived at the castle more frightened than ever before. Many had witnessed burnings, had lost family members, or lived in constant fear of discovery. Elfrida, a stern but compassionate witch with iron-grey hair, always bound in a tight bun, understood that these young people needed more than just magical education. They needed healing, safety, and hope. She transformed the curriculum to address these needs. Defense against the dark arts became more comprehensive, focusing not just on magical threats, but on defending oneself against Muggle persecution. Students learned sophisticated concealment charms, how to perform magic wordlessly and wandlessly if their wands were confiscated, and how to create alibis that would protect them from accusation. Memory charms were taught earlier than before, a necessary if troubling development. But Elfrida understood something crucial: that fear, if allowed to dominate, would poison her students' souls. So alongside the defensive training, she insisted that the joy of magic be preserved. The Halloween feast became more elaborate, a celebration of magical identity in defiance of those who would destroy it. The Yule Ball was introduced, though this tradition would later fade and be revived centuries hence, as a reminder that magic could create beauty as well as protection. The greenhouses flourished with exotic plants, the Quidditch matches continued with passionate intensity, and the library remained a sanctuary where students could lose themselves in the wonder of magical knowledge. The castle itself seemed to respond to the heightened need for secrecy. New passages appeared, even more hidden than before. The Room of Requirement made itself known to more students, offering safe spaces for those who needed to practice magic away from prying eyes, or simply to find a moment of peace. The portraits became more vigilant, serving as an early warning system, passing messages through the castle's network of painted figures if any threat approached. In the dungeons, the Slytherin common room saw changes in its culture. The house that valued ambition and cunning found these qualities taking on new significance. Some Slytherin students, particularly those from old pure-blood families, began to view themselves as guardians of magical tradition against the Muggle threat. Others simply used their resourcefulness to protect their families and friends. the seeds of attitudes that would later divide the house were being planted, though they would not fully flower for centuries yet. As the 17th century drew toward its close, the International Confederation of Wizards, a body that had been meeting irregularly for centuries, made a decision that would fundamentally alter the relationship between magical and non-magical communities forever. In 1689, the International Statute of Secrecy was signed. The statute formalized what had already become practice for many witches and wizards: complete separation from the Muggle world. No longer would magical folk live openly among non-magical people. No longer would they practice their craft where Muggles might observe. The magical world would go underground, creating its own hidden communities, its own government, its own society entirely separate from and invisible to the non-magical majority. For Hogwarts, the statute brought both relief and new challenges. The school was already hidden, already protected, but now its secrecy was legally mandated and internationally enforced. Students were taught the statute as part of their core education, its provisions, its penalties for violation, and the crucial importance of maintaining the separation. The subject that would later be called Muggle Studies began to take shape, though in these early years it was less about understanding Muggles and more about how to avoid detection by them. The headmaster during this pivotal time was Dilys Derwent, whose portrait would later hang not only in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, but also in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, which she would help establish. Dilys was a remarkable witch, talented in healing magic and deeply committed to the welfare of the magical community. She understood that the statute, while necessary for survival, represented a profound loss, the end of a world where magic and non-magic had coexisted, however uneasily. She addressed the students at the start of term feast in the autumn of 1689, her voice carrying clearly through the great hall beneath its enchanted ceiling. "We enter a new age," she said, her dark eyes sweeping across the young faces before her. "An age of hiding, yes, but also of preservation. Beyond these walls, the Muggle world will continue without knowledge of us. But within our world, within these walls, magic will flourish. Your children and your children's children will learn here, safe and free, because we chose to protect what is precious rather than expose it to those who fear it." The students listened, some afraid, some angry, some simply confused. But they understood that something fundamental had changed, that the world their grandparents had known was gone forever. The 18th century saw the magical world adapt to its new hidden status. Diagon Alley and other magical enclaves became more established, creating self-sufficient magical communities where witches and wizards could live entirely separate from Muggles. The Ministry of Magic in Britain solidified its structure and authority, and Hogwarts, freed from the immediate fear of Muggle persecution, entered a period of remarkable growth and innovation. The castle's population increased steadily. With the magical world now hidden and protected, parents felt safer sending their children to be educated. The 4 houses swelled with students. The dormitories expanded magically to accommodate them, and the great hall's house tables lengthened year by year. The curriculum evolved to reflect the new reality. Muggle studies became a formal subject, though it was viewed by many pure-blood students as beneath their attention. Why study creatures they would never interact with. Defense Against the Dark Arts shifted its focus back to magical threats. As the immediate danger from Muggles receded, new subjects were introduced. Apparition training became formalized for 6th and 7th years, teaching students how to transport themselves instantly from one location to another, a skill that required careful instruction to avoid the catastrophic consequences of splinching. The headmaster for much of the early 18th century was Phineas Nigellus Black, a member of the ancient Black family and, according to his own portrait's later admissions, the least popular headmaster Hogwarts ever had. Phineas was brilliant, but arrogant, a Slytherin who favored students from old pure-blood families and showed little patience for those he considered beneath his notice. His tenure was marked by academic excellence, but also by division, as the tensions between purebloods and those of mixed or Muggle heritage grew more pronounced. Yet even under Phineas's problematic leadership, the castle thrived in its own way. The library was expanded dramatically during this period, with entire new wings added to house the growing collection of magical texts. The restricted section became more formalized, with strict rules about which students could access which texts and under what supervision. Ancient tomes on dark magic, dangerous curses, and forbidden rituals were carefully catalogued and secured, available for research but heavily monitored. The astronomy tower saw innovations in magical astronomy, as wizards discovered that the movements of celestial bodies had profound effects on magical power and potion making. Certain spells worked best when cast under particular planetary alignments. Some potions required ingredients harvested under specific phases of the moon. Students learned to chart not just the stars, but their magical significance, creating horoscopes that actually held predictive power when properly interpreted. In the dungeons, the potions department flourished. The 18th century saw incredible advances in potion making, with new brews developed for everything from healing to transformation, from love to luck. Felix Felicis, liquid luck itself, was perfected during this time, though its difficulty and danger meant it remained rare. Veritaserum, the truth-telling potion, was refined to its most potent form, and countless other draughts, from the mundane to the miraculous, filled the stores of St. Mungo's and the shelves of apothecaries in Diagon Alley. During these centuries of the 17th and 18th, the Forbidden Forest grew darker and more mysterious. With the magical world now separate from Muggle society, magical creatures that had been hunted nearly to extinction in some areas found refuge in places like the forest surrounding Hogwarts. Centaurs established larger herds, their society becoming more complex and insular. They viewed the castle and its inhabitants with suspicion, maintaining their distance, but occasionally sharing their knowledge of the stars with those they deemed worthy. The centaur's divination was of a different nature than that taught in the castle, more fundamental, tied to the movements of planets and the turning of ages, speaking of destinies written in the heavens themselves. Unicorns, those most pure and magical of creatures, made the forest their home in greater numbers. Students occasionally glimpsed them through the trees, flashes of silver white among the shadows, the faint glow of their horns in the darkness. To see a unicorn was considered extraordinarily fortunate, a sign of grace and innocence. To harm one was unthinkable, a crime against nature itself that would bring a cursed half-life to the perpetrator. darker creatures dwelt there too. Acromantulas, though their colony would not reach its peak until centuries later, began to establish themselves in the deepest parts of the forest. Werewolves sometimes fled to the forest during their transformations, seeking places far from human habitation, where their cursed condition could harm no one. And there were older things, creatures whose names had been forgotten, that stirred in the ancient heart of the woods where no student was permitted to venture. The gamekeeper's role became more important during this time. These witches and wizards, always of robust constitution and deep knowledge of magical creatures, served as intermediaries between the castle and the forest, managing the delicate balance between education and safety. Students were taken on carefully supervised expeditions to study creatures like bowtruckles and nifflers, to observe hippogriffs from a safe distance, or to collect ingredients from the forest's edge. But the deeper woods remained forbidden, a place of mystery and danger that added to the castle's mystique. The 18th century also saw a troubling development: increased interest in the dark arts, not just as something to defend against, but as a subject worthy of study in its own right. This was partly a consequence of the new secrecy. With the magical world hidden, there was less external pressure to maintain certain moral standards, less need to appear safe to Muggle observers. Some scholars argued that understanding dark magic was essential to defending against it, that one could not truly counter a curse without comprehending its underlying principles. Others went further, suggesting that the designation of certain magic as dark was arbitrary, that power was neutral, and only the intent behind it could be judged. These debates raged in the castle's classrooms and common rooms. The defense against the dark arts position became increasingly difficult to fill as headmasters struggled to find teachers who could instruct students about dark magic without glorifying it, who could prepare them to face dark wizards without becoming dark themselves. Some professors lasted only a year or two before moving on, a pattern that would continue for centuries and eventually take on a more sinister significance. The restricted section of the library saw more traffic from older students researching dangerous magic. Slytherin House, in particular, developed a reputation for producing students with deep knowledge of curses and hexes, of dark creatures and forbidden rituals. Not all Slytherins pursued such knowledge, of course, but enough did to reinforce stereotypes that the house's founder's departure had begun centuries before. Yet Hogwarts maintained its balance, as it always had. For every student who delved too deeply into darkness, there were dozens who pursued magic for noble purposes: healing, protection, discovery, creation. The vast majority of students simply wanted to learn, to master their abilities, to make their way in the hidden magical world with skill and dignity. As the 18th century progressed, rumors of the Chamber of Secrets resurfaced periodically. Students whispered that it had been opened before, that the monster within had killed, though records of such events were unclear and possibly exaggerated. No one knew for certain where the chamber was located, or if it even existed at all. Some dismissed it as legend, a story told to frighten first years. Others believed passionately in its reality and spent their years at Hogwarts searching for it in vain. The castle itself seemed to have secrets beyond the chamber. There were rooms that appeared on no map, corridors that led nowhere or everywhere depending on how you approached them. doors that opened only for certain people or on certain days. The Room of Requirement became known to more students during this time, though it was called by different names: the Come and Go Room, the Place of Hidden Things, the Room of One's Need. Those who discovered it rarely spoke of it openly, treasuring it as their own secret sanctuary. The portraits too held secrets. They knew the castle's history in ways that no written record could capture. They had witnessed centuries of students come and go, had observed the great events and the small tragedies that filled the castle's long life. When spoken to respectfully, they sometimes shared their knowledge, stories of students long dead, of professors whose teaching methods had shaped generations, of moments of triumph and heartbreak that had unfolded in the very corridors where current students now walked. The ghosts, each with their own tragic or noble reason for remaining, added to the castle's layered history. Nearly Headless Nick could remember the castle in Elizabeth I's reign. The Grey Lady carried the sorrow of centuries, her connection to Rowena Ravenclaw, a secret she guarded closely. The Fat Friar's jolly presence belied his violent end, and he chose to focus on the joy of the living rather than dwell on past sorrows. And the Bloody Baron, most fearsome of all, bore the weight of his crimes in silence, his chains a penance he had chosen for himself. As the year 1800 approached, Hogwarts stood transformed yet again. 2 centuries of hiding had made it stronger, more self-contained, more fully realized as a magical institution. The castle had weathered the storm of persecution, had adapted to a world where magic must remain hidden, and had emerged with its essential character intact. The protective enchantments surrounding the grounds were now so powerful that even most wizards could not penetrate them without permission. The castle's population had grown to several hundred students, with professors and staff to match. The 4 houses had developed rich traditions and distinct cultures. The curriculum was comprehensive and sophisticated, preparing young witches and wizards for every aspect of life in the hidden magical world. Yet shadows remained. The divisions between purebloods and those of mixed heritage had deepened rather than healed. The study of dark magic continued to attract those seeking power without wisdom. And deep beneath the castle, in chambers sealed by ancient magic, secrets waited, patient, timeless, dangerous. But for now, as the 18th century gave way to the 19th, the castle stood in peace. Students prepared for their winter holidays. The great hall was decorated with its customary magnificence, and the enchanted ceiling showed a clear, starry sky above. Magic lived and breathed within those ancient walls, protected, preserved, and passed on from one generation to the next. The fire crackles softly in our imagination tonight. Outside, snow falls gently on the Hogwarts grounds, blanketing the world in peaceful white. Inside, students study by candlelight, their wands creating small spheres of warmth against the winter chill. Let this image comfort you as we begin. The 19th century dawned on a Muggle world entering the age of industry. Steam engines transformed transportation. Factories rose in cities that swelled to unprecedented size. Science began to explain phenomena that had once seemed miraculous. The non-magical world was changing at a pace unmatched in human history. The magical world watched from behind its veil of secrecy with mixed feelings. Some witches and wizards viewed Muggle innovation with contempt. Clever tricks that mimicked magic but lacked its essential truth. Others were fascinated, seeing in Muggle ingenuity a different kind of brilliance. And a few worried that as the Muggle world grew more powerful through technology, the hidden magical community might find itself increasingly vulnerable, despite its protections. At Hogwarts, these tensions played out in subtle ways. The Muggle Studies curriculum expanded, though it remained an elective that many pure-blood students scorned. Those who took the subject learned about railways and telegraphs, about the scientific revolution and political changes sweeping the non-magical world. They studied not out of admiration necessarily, but out of understanding that the world they hid from was itself transforming, and that ignorance of these changes could be dangerous. The headmaster during the early 19th century was Phineas Nigellus Black's successor, a considerably more pleasant witch named Araminta Melliflua. She believed in maintaining standards while adapting to new realities. Under her guidance, Hogwarts itself underwent certain modernizations, not with Muggle technology, of course, but with improved magical equivalents. The plumbing system was enchanted to provide hot water on demand. The heating charms throughout the castle became more sophisticated and reliable. The library's catalogue system was improved with magical indexing that allowed students to locate books more efficiently. Yet the castle's essential character remained unchanged. Classes still met in the same ancient rooms. The Great Hall still hosted its feasts beneath the enchanted ceiling. Quidditch was still played with passionate intensity, the game evolving with new strategies and techniques, but retaining its fundamental excitement. And students still formed friendships, rivalries, and romances in the timeless way of young people discovering themselves. The portraits that lined the corridors now included figures from 8 centuries of magical history. They gossiped endlessly about the current students, comparing them to their own eras. Students today have no discipline, one medieval wizard would grumble. Nonsense, a witch from the Renaissance would counter. They're more creative, more willing to question. These debates echoed through the frames, adding to the castle's living memory. As the century progressed into the Victorian era, the magical world found itself oddly influenced by Muggle social conventions, despite its separation. The pure-blood families, in particular, adopted codes of conduct that mirrored those of Muggle aristocracy, elaborate rules of etiquette, strict hierarchies, and an obsession with lineage and propriety. At Hogwarts, this manifested in increasingly formal social structures. House divisions became more pronounced. Pure-blood students from families like the Blacks, Malfoys, and Lestranges often socialized exclusively with their own kind, viewing those of mixed or Muggle heritage with thinly veiled disdain. The Slytherin common room became known as a bastion of blood purity ideology, though not all Slytherins subscribed to these views. Many simply valued ambition and cunning without caring about ancestry. The other houses responded in their own ways. Gryffindor tended to attract those who rebelled against such rigid thinking, who valued courage and standing up for what was right over social position. Hufflepuff, true to its founder's vision, welcomed everyone who came with dedication and loyalty, creating perhaps the most genuinely inclusive house culture. And Ravenclaw, focused on knowledge and wit, generally considered blood purity debates beneath intellectual discourse, though individual students certainly held strong opinions. The headmistress during much of the Victorian period was Dilys Derwent, not the same Dilys who had served centuries before, but a descendant who shared her ancestor's name and her healing talents. This Dilys was a formidable witch with a stern demeanor, but a deeply compassionate heart. She had no patience for blood purity nonsense, having witnessed too many brilliant Muggle-born students to believe that magical ability depended on ancestry. Under her leadership, Hogwarts maintained its commitment to educating all magical children regardless of their heritage. She expanded scholarship programs for students whose families couldn't afford school supplies. She insisted that professors treat all students with equal respect. And when pure-blood parents complained about their children sharing classes with Muggle-borns, she politely but firmly told them they were welcome to educate their children elsewhere, knowing full well that no other school in Britain matched Hogwarts' excellence. The curriculum continued to evolve during this time. Arithmancy became more complex, incorporating new magical theories about the numerical properties of spells. Ancient runes expanded beyond translation into practical application, teaching students to create their own runic sequences for specific magical purposes. And a new subject called alchemy was briefly introduced, though it required such advanced understanding of transfiguration and potions that few students could master it. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, the magical world experienced its own quiet revolution. New spells were developed, old ones refined. The understanding of magical theory deepened significantly, and at Hogwarts, a new generation of professors brought fresh perspectives to ancient subjects. The potions master in the early 1900s developed the Wolfsbane potion, a brew that would allow werewolves to retain their human minds during transformation. Though the potion wouldn't become widely available for decades, its creation represented a breakthrough in treating magical maladies that had previously been considered incurable curses. The Transfiguration Department made advances in animagus transformation, the ability for a witch or wizard to transform into an animal form at will. This extraordinarily difficult magic required years of study and practice, but those who mastered it gained an ability that had practical applications for everything from espionage to escape. The registry of animagi was maintained by the ministry, though some witches and wizards chose not to register, keeping their abilities secret. The defense against the dark arts position continued its troubling pattern of rapid turnover. Professors rarely lasted more than a year or two, citing everything from personal reasons to mysterious illnesses to simple inability to control their classrooms. Rumors began to circulate that the position was cursed, though most dismissed this as superstition. After all, it was a difficult subject to teach, dealing with dangerous material, facing students who ranged from terrified to recklessly curious. High turnover seemed unfortunate but understandable. The castle itself continued to reveal new secrets. A particularly curious seventh-year Ravenclaw in 1911 discovered a passage behind a mirror on the fourth floor that led to a room filled with clocks, each ticking at a different rate, some running backward, others frozen at specific moments. No one could determine the room's purpose, but it was catalogued and added to the unofficial maps that students passed down through generations. The 1920s brought a brief period of optimism to both the Muggle and magical worlds. The Great War had ended, a conflict that had touched the magical community less directly than the Muggle one. but which had still claimed lives and caused suffering. Now, there was a sense of new beginnings, of moving forward into a modern age. At Hogwarts, this manifested in certain liberalizations. The dress code became slightly less rigid. Students were given more freedom to explore the grounds. New clubs and societies were formed. A Gobstones Club, a Wizarding Chess Society, even a short-lived attempt at a Muggle music appreciation group, though this was viewed with suspicion by many pureblood families. The headmaster during this period was Armando Dippet, a kindly wizard with a magnificent moustache and a tendency toward indecisiveness that would later prove consequential. Dippet was well-meaning, but perhaps not the strongest leader Hogwarts had ever had. He believed in tradition and stability, in maintaining things as they had always been. This approach worked well enough during peaceful times, but would prove insufficient when darkness came. It was during Dippet's tenure that Tom Marvolo Riddle arrived at Hogwarts. The year was 1938. Europe was sliding inexorably toward another war. In the Muggle world, a dark-haired dictator was rising to power in Germany, preaching a twisted ideology of racial purity and supremacy. And in the magical world, a similar darkness was beginning to stir, though few recognized it yet. Tom Riddle was 11 years old when he first saw Hogwarts, arriving by the traditional boats across the Black Lake. He was a thin, pale boy with dark hair and eyes that were both cold and burning with intensity. He came from a Muggle orphanage in London, having been retrieved by the deputy headmaster, a tall, auburn-haired wizard named Albus Dumbledore, who taught transfiguration and already showed signs of the extraordinary wizard he would become. Dumbledore had immediately sensed something troubling about young Tom Riddle. The boy had been using magic to hurt other children, to dominate them, to take what he wanted. He showed no remorse, no empathy, only a cold calculation and a hunger for power. Dumbledore reported these concerns to Headmaster Dippet, but what could be done? The boy was a wizard. He deserved his education at Hogwarts. Perhaps the school's influence would shape him toward better paths. The Sorting Hat deliberated longer than usual and placed on Tom Riddle's head. Those close enough heard it murmuring, considering, debating with itself. Finally, it called out, "Slytherin." Tom smiled, a cold, satisfied expression, and made his way to the Slytherin table. He would excel at Hogwarts, becoming a model student on the surface. Handsome, charming, brilliant. He would become a prefect, then head boy. His professors adored him, seeing in him the brightest student of his generation. Only Dumbledore saw through the facade, recognizing the darkness beneath the charm. But even Dumbledore couldn't predict how far that darkness would spread, what horrors Tom Riddle would eventually unleash upon the magical world. In Tom Riddle's 5th year, during the spring term of 1943, something terrible happened at Hogwarts, something that would not be fully understood for 50 years. Students began finding victims, not dead, but petrified, frozen in expressions of terror, turned to stone by some unknown force. Fear spread through the castle like wildfire. Parents demanded their children be sent home. The Board of Governors pressured Dippet to close the school. Then a student died. Moaning Myrtle, a Muggle-born girl who had been crying in a bathroom, was found dead, killed by something in the castle itself. The school was in crisis. Dippet had no choice but to consider closing Hogwarts for the first time in its nearly 1,000-year history. Tom Riddle, head boy and model student, claimed to have discovered the culprit. He accused Rubeus Hagrid, a large, simple Gryffindor boy who kept dangerous creatures against school rules. Hagrid, Riddle said, had opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the monster within. As evidence, Riddle presented Hagrid's acromantula, a spider of monstrous size that Hagrid had been raising in secret. Hagrid was expelled. His wand was snapped. The attack stopped. Case closed. But Albus Dumbledore didn't believe it. An acromantula, while dangerous, didn't petrify its victims. And he knew Tom Riddle well enough to suspect deception. Yet he had no proof, only suspicion. Hagrid was expelled, but allowed to stay on as gamekeeper, largely due to Dumbledore's intervention. And Tom Riddle graduated with honours, beloved by all except the one professor who saw him clearly. The truth, of course, was far darker. Tom Riddle had discovered he was the heir of Salazar Slytherin. He had found the Chamber of Secrets. He had opened it and commanded the basilisk within to hunt Muggleborns. And when a death threatened to close the school, his beloved Hogwarts, the only place he had ever felt at home, he had framed Hagrid and sealed the chamber again, planning to return to it someday. But this truth would remain hidden for decades, buried beneath Riddle's charm and lies. The Muggle world descended into war in 1939, the most destructive conflict in human history. The magical world watched with concern, though officially it maintained its separation. The International Statute of Secrecy held firm. Witches and wizards would not interfere in Muggle affairs, even in matters of war. But the lines were not so clear in practice. Many witches and wizards had Muggle relatives. Some felt compelled to help, using magic subtly to protect loved ones or to aid the war effort in ways that wouldn't reveal their existence. Others strictly adhered to non-interference, arguing that the magical world's secrecy was more important than any individual conflict. At Hogwarts, the war created tensions. Students with Muggle parents or siblings worried constantly. Those from pure-blood families were more insulated, but not entirely unaffected. The war's economic impacts touched even the magical world. Food became harder to obtain. Certain potion ingredients became scarce. The castle endured, but it felt the war's shadow. Headmaster Dippet tried to maintain normalcy, but it was difficult. Students arrived each year with stories of bombed homes, of relatives killed or missing. The castle's protective enchantments were strengthened further, not against Muggle attack. No Muggle bomb could harm Hogwarts, but to ensure that no ripple of the magical world's existence reached the Muggle one during this time of heightened tension and scrutiny. Professor Dumbledore, still teaching Transfiguration, was often absent during these years. Rumours suggested he was involved in fighting another dark wizard, Gellert Grindelwald, whose own twisted ideology of magical supremacy over Muggles echoed the horrors unfolding in the Muggle world. Dumbledore never spoke of these absences, returning to his classes with weariness in his eyes, but determination in his bearing. In 1945, both wars ended within months of each other. The Muggle conflict concluded with unprecedented destruction, and in the magical world, Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in a legendary duel, though the details remained mysterious. The professor returned to Hogwarts that autumn term changed, older somehow, sadder, but also more resolved. The late 1940s brought a sense of relief and renewal. The wars were over. Students arrived at Hogwarts from families rebuilding their lives. There was optimism in the air, a feeling that the worst was behind them, that peace would endure. Headmaster Dippet continued his tenure, growing elderly but still devoted to the school. Professor Dumbledore's reputation had grown immensely. He was now recognized as perhaps the most powerful wizard alive, yet he remained a teacher, committed to shaping young minds. The castle had weathered another crisis, another dark period in history. The Forbidden Forest remained mysterious and dangerous. The Great Hall still hosted its feasts. Students still learned magic, still competed for house points, still fell in love under the stars visible through the astronomy tower's telescopes. And somewhere in the wider world, Tom Riddle, now calling himself Lord Voldemort, was beginning his rise to power, gathering followers, studying the darkest magic, preparing for a return that would shake the wizarding world to its foundations. But that darkness had not yet reached Hogwarts. For now, in these post-war years, the castle enjoyed peace. Students laughed in the corridors, professors taught their subjects with passion, and the ancient stones, soaked in nearly a millennium of magic, stood firm against the Scottish sky. The autumn leaves fall gently outside our imagined windows tonight. Inside the castle, a new generation of students arrives, unknowing and innocent. Let their laughter and hope comfort you as we begin. The year 1956 marked a significant transition in Hogwarts' long history. Armando Dippet, after nearly half a century as headmaster, retired to his portrait, his moustache now entirely white, his gentle but indecisive nature preserved forever in oil and canvas. The question of succession was not difficult to answer. Professor Albus Dumbledore, who had taught Transfiguration for decades and served as deputy headmaster, assumed the position he would hold for the next 40 years. At his appointment, he was already legendary, the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald, the most brilliant mind of his generation, a man of extraordinary power tempered by equally extraordinary wisdom and compassion. Dumbledore's ascension to headmaster changed Hogwarts in subtle but profound ways. Where Dippet had valued tradition for its own sake, Dumbledore honored tradition while remaining willing to adapt when adaptation served the greater good. Where Dippet had been passive in the face of blood purity rhetoric among certain families, Dumbledore made clear from his first speech as headmaster that all students, regardless of their heritage, were equally valued and equally welcome. Magic, he said at the start of term feast in September 1956, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles, does not ask for pedigree before it manifests. It appears where it will, in whom it will, and it is our privilege, our duty, to nurture that gift wherever we find it. Hogwarts has stood for nearly 1,000 years as a sanctuary for all who possess magical ability. Under my stewardship, it will continue to do so. Some pure-blood families grumbled, but they could hardly remove their children from the finest magical institution in Britain. And so Hogwarts entered a new era, under a headmaster who would become perhaps its most famous leader since the founders themselves. The castle seemed to respond to Dumbledore's presence. The portrait spoke of him with respect, even affection. The staircases seemed to move less mischievously when he walked the corridors. The Phoenix Forks took up residence in the headmaster's office, his beautiful song occasionally echoing through the castle at moments when hope was needed most. And students from all houses felt that somehow, with Dumbledore as headmaster, they were safer, more protected than they had ever been. The 1950s were relatively peaceful years. The magical world was rebuilding, establishing new families, new businesses, new connections. Diagon Alley thrived. The Ministry of Magic functioned with reasonable efficiency. And at Hogwarts, students learned and grew and discovered themselves in the timeless way. The curriculum under Dumbledore became more rigorous, but also more engaging. He encouraged professors to push their students, to demand excellence, but never to crush curiosity or creativity. The Defense Against the Dark Arts position continued its pattern of rapid turnover, but Dumbledore seemed better able than previous headmasters at finding qualified replacements each year. The castle's population was healthy. Hundreds of students filled its corridors, sorted into the 4 houses that had shaped so many generations. Gryffindor still valued bravery, producing students who stood up for what was right, even at personal cost. Hufflepuff remained loyal and true. Its students, often underestimated, but consistently excellent in their own steadfast way. Ravenclaw continued to nurture brilliant, eccentric minds that pushed the boundaries of magical understanding. And Slytherin, despite its troubling association with blood purity among some families, still produced ambitious, cunning students who went on to positions of influence and power. September 1st, 1971, brought a group of first-year students whose names would echo through Hogwarts history, though no one could have predicted it at the time. 4 boys crossed the lake in the small boats, staring up at the castle with wonder in their eyes, about to be sorted into Gryffindor House and forge a friendship that would become legendary. James Potter arrived with messy black hair that defied all attempts at taming and hazel eyes that sparkled with mischief and confidence. He came from a wealthy, pure-blood family, but unlike some of his Slytherin contemporaries, he'd been raised to believe that blood status meant nothing, that Muggle-borns were equals in every way. He was talented, athletic, and knew it. Arrogant in the way of children who have always been told they're special. Sirius Black sat beside him in the boats, though they hadn't yet become friends. Sirius was darkly handsome, with aristocratic features inherited from the ancient Black family, one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, with a long tradition of Slytherin sorting and blood purity fanaticism. But Sirius had already begun to rebel against his family's values, feeling suffocated by their rigid ideology, their cruelty disguised as tradition. When the sorting hat touched his head, his silent plea was desperate. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. And the hat, perhaps sensing the courage it took to reject his entire family legacy, called out, "Gryffindor." The Black family would never forgive him. Remus Lupin arrived pale and nervous, with scars barely visible on his young face and shadows in his kind eyes. He carried a terrible secret. At age 5, he had been bitten by a werewolf named Fenrir Greyback. Every full moon, Remus transformed into a monster, losing all human rationality, becoming a danger to anyone near him. He had never expected to attend Hogwarts, believing no school would accept someone cursed as he was. But Dumbledore had corresponded with Remus's parents, had promised that arrangements would be made. A special facility, the Shrieking Shack in the nearby village of Hogsmeade, had been prepared. Each full moon, Remus would be taken there through a secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow, a violent tree planted specifically to guard the passage's entrance. Isolated in the shack, Remus could transform without endangering anyone. The sorting hat took mere moments to place Remus in Gryffindor, recognizing the courage required to live with such a curse, the bravery of simply continuing when every month brought agony and shame. And then there was Peter Pettigrew, a small, mousy boy with watery eyes and a tendency to admire those stronger than himself. He was sorted into Gryffindor as well, though the hat deliberated longer with him than with the others, as if uncertain where this boy truly belonged. These four, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter, would become inseparable friends, calling themselves the Marauders. They would create the Marauders map, a magical document showing every corridor, every secret passage, every person in Hogwarts in real time. They would become Animagi, James transforming into a stag, Sirius into a large black dog, Peter into a rat, all to keep Remus company during his transformations, their animal forms immune to the werewolf's infection. They would fill Hogwarts with pranks and laughter and a fierce loyalty to one another that seemed unbreakable. But futures are unwritten. In 1971, they were simply four 11-year-old boys, nervous and excited, beginning their journey at Hogwarts with no idea what joy and what tragedy awaited them. On that same September day in 1971, another first year arrived, whose life would be forever intertwined with the Marauders, though in ways that would bring more pain than joy. Severus Snape was a thin, pale boy with greasy black hair that fell to his shoulders and a hooked nose that would become more prominent as he aged. He came from Spinner's End, a grim industrial town where his Muggle father and witch mother lived in poverty and unhappiness. Magic was Severus's escape from a childhood marked by neglect and anger, his salvation from a world that had shown him little kindness. He arrived at Hogwarts already knowing more about the dark arts than most seventh years, having studied his mother's books obsessively. But he also arrived with a friend, the one bright spot in his young life. Lily Evans, a Muggle-born girl with brilliant green eyes and a natural talent for magic that had drawn them together as children. The Sorting Hat placed Severus in Slytherin, recognizing his ambition, his cunning, his desire for power and recognition. Lily was sorted into Gryffindor, creating a division that would only widen over their years at school. Severus watched from the Slytherin table as Lily sat with her new housemates, as James Potter, arrogant, talented, everything Severus was not, began to notice her with interest, and something cold and bitter took root in Severus's heart, a resentment that would grow over the coming years. The Slytherin common room that Severus entered that first night was filled with students from families like the Blacks, the Malfoys, the Lestranges, purebloods who spoke openly about blood supremacy, about the inferiority of Muggleborns, about the growing influence of a wizard calling himself Lord Voldemort, who promised to restore magical society to its proper order. Severus found himself drawn to this ideology, not because he truly believed in blood purity. How could he, when his best friend was Muggleborn? But because it offered him something he had never had: belonging, respect, power. The older Slytherins taught him dark curses, encouraged his talent for creating new spells, promised him that his brilliance would be recognized if he joined the right side. He stood at a crossroads, though he didn't fully realize it yet. One path led toward the light, toward Lily, toward rejecting the darkness that his housemates embraced. The other led toward power, toward recognition, toward Voldemort and the Death Eaters. For now, he tried to walk both paths, maintaining his friendship with Lily while immersing himself in Slytherin's culture. But such divided loyalty could not last forever. The animosity between James Potter and Severus Snape began almost immediately and intensified over their years at Hogwarts. James saw Severus as everything he despised, a student of dark magic associated with blood purists, greasy and unkempt and sullen. Severus saw James as everything he envied and resented, talented, popular, wealthy, and worst of all, the object of Lily's growing affection. The Marauders began a campaign of bullying that went far beyond ordinary school rivalry. They hexed Severus in corridors, humiliated him in front of other students, used their knowledge of the castle's secrets to ambush him. James would hex Severus's robes, leave him suspended upside down with his underwear exposed, all while Lily watched with growing anger and disgust. Sirius, James's closest friend, participated enthusiastically in these attacks. Remus, despite being a prefect, did little to stop them. He valued his friend's loyalty too much to risk it by defending someone they had designated as an enemy. And Peter simply followed along, as he always did. The worst incident came in their 5th year during their OWL examinations. James, bored after finishing his defense against the dark arts practical, spotted Severus sitting alone by the lake and decided to entertain himself. With Sirius's eager assistance, he publicly humiliated Severus, using magic to lift him into the air to remove his dignity completely. Lily intervened, her green eyes blazing with fury. "Leave him alone," she demanded. But Severus, humiliated and enraged, lashing out at the one person who had defended him, spat the word he had sworn never to use. "I don't need help from a mudblood." The word hung in the air, ugly and unforgivable. Lily stared at him, shocked and hurt, then turned and walked away. Severus called after her, apologizing desperately, but she didn't look back. Their friendship, already strained by years of being sorted into different houses, by Severus's associations with dark magic enthusiasts, by James's persistent pursuit of Lily, finally shattered completely. Lily would never forgive Severus for using that word, for proving that perhaps the bigots he associated with had corrupted him after all. While the drama of teenage relationships played out within Hogwarts walls, the wizarding world beyond was descending into fear. Lord Voldemort, the name Tom Riddle had chosen for himself, was rising to power with terrifying speed. He gathered followers, Death Eaters they called themselves, witches and wizards who believed in pure blood supremacy, who were willing to torture and kill to achieve Voldemort's vision of a world where Muggle-borns were eliminated and purebloods ruled absolutely. Many came from families with students at Hogwarts: Blacks, Malfoys, Lestranges, Carrows. Some were Slytherin alumni who had learned dark magic in the castle's dungeons and now used it for murder. Attacks began in the mid-1970s. Muggle-born witches and wizards disappeared or were found dead. The Dark Mark, a skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth, hovering over their homes. Families who opposed Voldemort lived in fear. The Ministry of Magic seemed powerless to stop the violence. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore worked to keep his students safe, while the world outside crumbled. The castle's protections were strengthened further. Students were warned to be vigilant, to travel in groups, to report anything suspicious. But how could he protect them from the ideology that some students brought with them from their families, the prejudices passed down through generations? the divisions between houses deepened. Slytherin students increasingly aligned themselves with Voldemort's ideology, seeing his rise as validation of their beliefs about blood purity. Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws grew suspicious of their Slytherin peers, wondering which of them would become Death Eaters upon graduation. The Marauders graduated in 1978, leaving Hogwarts for a world at war. James had finally won Lily's affection in their 7th year, after years of rejection, after finally maturing beyond his arrogant teenage self. They married shortly after graduation, joined the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's resistance movement against Voldemort, and prepared to fight for the world they believed in. Severus Snape graduated the same year and immediately joined the Death Eaters, fulfilling the path that had seemed inevitable from his first day in Slytherin. He took the dark mark, the skull and serpent branded on his left forearm, and entered Voldemort's service. Remus Lupin joined the Order as well, though his werewolf status made employment difficult. Sirius Black, disowned by his family for his rejection of their values, fought with fierce determination. And Peter Pettigrew, always following his friends, joined them in the Order, though he was never quite as brave or capable as the others. In 1980, something changed that would alter the course of the war and shape the future of the entire wizarding world. Sybil Trelawney, a descendant of a famous seer and a teacher of dubious talent, applied for the position of divination professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore met her in the Hogshead pub in Hogsmeade, already half convinced not to hire her. But during the interview, Trelawney entered a genuine trance, her voice changing, her eyes unfocused, and spoke a prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The prophecy was overheard, partially, by a Death Eater spy. The information reached Voldemort, who learned that a child born at the end of July, to parents who had defied him 3 times, would have the power to destroy him. 2 families fit this description, the Potters and the Longbottoms. Both had sons born in late July 1980, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. One of them was the subject of the prophecy. Voldemort chose to pursue the Potters, perhaps because James was a pureblood who had rejected his own kind to marry a Muggle-born, a betrayal Voldemort found particularly offensive, perhaps for reasons unknown even to himself. The choice would define everything that followed. Severus Snape, learning of the prophecy's existence and realizing that Voldemort intended to kill Lily Potter, went to Dumbledore in desperate terror. He begged the headmaster to protect her, offering anything, everything, in exchange for her safety. Dumbledore agreed, but insisted that Severus must also work to protect James and their infant son. Severus agreed, though his hatred for James remained undiminished. From that moment, he became a double agent, still appearing to serve Voldemort while actually working for Dumbledore, risking a traitor's death with every breath. The Potters went into hiding under the Fidelius charm, a powerful enchantment that concealed their location in the soul of a secret keeper. They chose Sirius Black as their secret keeper, James's best friend, the brother he had never had by blood, but had chosen in every way that mattered. But Sirius, worried he was too obvious a choice, convinced them to use Peter Pettigrew instead. Who would suspect Peter, weak and unremarkable Peter, of being trusted with such vital information? Peter Pettigrew, terrified of Voldemort's power, convinced that the Dark Lord would win the war, chose survival over loyalty. He betrayed the Potter's location to Voldemort. On the night of October 31st, 1981, Halloween, Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow. He killed James Potter first, who died wandless but brave, trying to give Lily time to escape with their son. Then he climbed the stairs to the nursery, where Lily stood before Harry's crib, begging for her son's life. Voldemort offered to spare her. Severus had asked this of him, and Voldemort saw no need to kill her if she stepped aside. But Lily refused. She died protecting her son, her sacrifice creating ancient magic that Voldemort, for all his power, did not understand. When Voldemort turned his wand on infant Harry and spoke the killing curse, the magic rebounded. Lily's love had created a protection that the curse could not penetrate. Instead, it struck Voldemort, destroying his body, reducing him to something less than ghost, and leaving Harry alive with only a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The war ended that night. Voldemort was gone, his Death Eaters scattered or captured. The Wizarding world celebrated, calling Harry Potter the boy who lived, the child who had somehow survived the unsurvivable curse. But for some, the celebration rang hollow. Lily and James were dead. Sirius Black, wrongly believing Peter had been killed and blaming himself for the betrayal, hunted Peter down in a Muggle street. Peter, in a final act of cunning, loudly accused Sirius of betrayal before faking his own death and escaping as a rat, leaving Sirius to be arrested for murders he didn't commit. And Severus Snape, learning that Lily was dead, that his warning had come too late, that the woman he had loved his entire life was gone because of information he had carried to Voldemort, felt something inside him break completely. He went to Dumbledore and pledged himself to protecting Lily's son, Harry Potter, who had her eyes. He would spend the rest of his life atoning for his role in her death, a penance that would consume him utterly. The stars wheel overhead in our imagination tonight. The castle stands as it has for a millennium, waiting for a boy who survived the impossible to come home. For 10 years, the Wizarding world enjoyed peace it had almost forgotten was possible. Voldemort was gone, vanished, believed by most to be dead. His Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban, or had claimed they were under the Imperious Curse, forced to serve against their will. The trials and imprisonments were swift, some said too swift, missing those who had escaped justice. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore continued as headmaster, his blue eyes perhaps sadder than before, his burden heavier for the secrets he carried. He knew things others did not, that Voldemort might return, that Harry Potter was being raised by Muggle relatives who resented magic, that dark times might come again. Severus Snape returned to Hogwarts as potions master, taking up residence in the dungeons where he had studied as a student. He was cold, bitter, and treated his students with barely concealed contempt, particularly those in Gryffindor, the house that reminded him of everything he had lost. Only Dumbledore knew the truth of Snape's allegiance, the depth of his sacrifice, the price he paid daily for Lily's death. The castle received new students each September, children who had been born during the war or just after, who grew up hearing stories of the boy who lived, but knowing nothing of the true cost of that survival. They learned magic in classrooms that had educated witches and wizards for nearly 1,000 years. They played Quidditch and competed for the House Cup. They fell in love and had their hearts broken. They discovered who they were within those ancient walls. The defense against the dark arts position continued its pattern of yearly turnover, a pattern that had persisted for decades now, ever since Tom Riddle had been refused the post. Dumbledore could never keep a teacher in that position for more than a year, though whether this was truly a curse or simply coincidence, no one could say for certain. The Forbidden Forest grew darker, its depths untraveled even by Hagrid, who had become gamekeeper and keeper of keys after his expulsion decades before. The centaurs remained in their glades, reading portents in the stars. The unicorns moved like silver ghosts through moonlit clearings. And in the deepest part of the forest, acromantulas bred in their colony, their numbers growing year by year, waiting. On September the 1st, 1991, Harry Potter boarded the Hogwarts Express for the first time, unaware of his fame, ignorant of his past, knowing almost nothing about magic or the world that awaited him. He had been raised by his aunt and uncle, who despised magic and had tried to suppress every trace of it in him, who had never told him how his parents truly died. But magic called him home. Harry crossed the lake in the small boats, just as his parents had done, just as Tom Riddle had done, just as thousands before him. He saw Hogwarts for the first time, the castle rising from the cliffs, its windows glowing warm against the night sky, its towers reaching toward the stars. And something in him recognized it, felt the pull of belonging he had never experienced in the Muggle world. The sorting hat was placed on his head, and it spoke to him alone, considering where he belonged. It sensed greatness in him, and power, and a certain darkness inherited from Voldemort's failed curse. Slytherin could help you on the way to greatness, it murmured. But Harry, who had met Draco Malfoy on the train and disliked his arrogance and prejudice, thought desperately, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." "Not Slytherin," the hat mused. "Are you sure? You could be great, you know." "Not Slytherin," Harry insisted, and the hat, respecting his choice as it had once respected his father's best friend, called out, "Gryffindor." Harry joined Ron Weasley, whom he had befriended on the train, at the Gryffindor table. He would soon meet Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born witch whose intelligence would save them countless times. Together, these three would become inseparable, would face challenges that would test them beyond anything students should endure, would ultimately help save the wizarding world. But on that first night, they were simply children, nervous and excited, beginning their education at Hogwarts with no idea what awaited them. Over the next 7 years, Harry's time at Hogwarts became the stuff of legend, though for those living through it, legend often felt more like terror and survival. In his first year, Harry discovered that Voldemort had not truly died, that a piece of his soul remained, clinging to life, attempting to return through a possessed professor. Harry prevented this return, though at great cost to his innocence. He had killed Professor Quirrell, even if in self-defense, even if the man was already dying from his alliance with Voldemort. In his second year, the Chamber of Secrets opened again after 50 years. Students were petrified by the basilisk Tom Riddle had commanded decades before. Harry discovered He could speak Parseltongue, the serpent language of Salazar Slytherin, inherited somehow from Voldemort's attack. He descended into the chamber, faced the memory of Tom Riddle, preserved in an enchanted diary, and destroyed both the diary and the ancient basilisk with Godric Gryffindor's sword, which had appeared to him in his moment of greatest need. The third year brought Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban and the revelation that Harry's godfather was innocent, that Peter Pettigrew had been the true betrayer. Harry learned the truth about his parents' deaths, about his father's friends, about the Marauders. He met Remus Lupin, who taught him the Patronus Charm, a spell powered by happy memories, capable of driving away Dementors. Harry's Patronus took the form of a stag, just as his father's animagus form had been. The fourth year saw Voldemort's return, made flesh. Harry was entered in the Triwizard Tournament against his will, manipulated through a series of deadly tasks. At the tournament's climax, he was transported to a graveyard where Voldemort performed a dark ritual using Harry's blood, restoring himself to physical form. Cedric Diggory, a fellow Hogwarts student who had accompanied Harry, was murdered simply for being in the way, the first death of many to come. Harry returned to Hogwarts, carrying Cedric's body, trying to tell everyone that Voldemort had returned. But the Ministry of Magic refused to believe, launching a campaign to discredit both Harry and Dumbledore, desperate to maintain the illusion of peace. The fifth year brought Dolores Umbridge, a ministry official who took over Hogwarts under the pretense of educational reform, but truly sought to suppress any mention of Voldemort's return. She tortured students with a cursed quill that carved words into their own flesh. She drove out professors and restricted learning. Harry formed a secret defense group, Dumbledore's Army, teaching his fellow students the practical defensive magic Umbridge refused to allow. That year ended in tragedy at the Department of Mysteries, where Harry was lured by a vision of Sirius in danger. The prophecy about Harry and Voldemort was revealed in full, and Sirius, who had finally been free to know his godson, died in the battle, struck by his own cousin's curse and falling through the mysterious veil in the Death Chamber. The sixth year began with Dumbledore's private lessons for Harry, showing him memories of Tom Riddle's past, helping him understand what Voldemort had become. Through these memories, they learned about Horcruxes, objects containing fragments of a deliberately split soul, anchoring the creator to life even if their body was destroyed. Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, Dumbledore believed. The diary Harry had destroyed in his second year had been one. They sought another, a ring that had once belonged to Voldemort's maternal grandfather. Dumbledore found it and destroyed it, but not before being cursed by its protections, a curse that would slowly kill him. At the year's end, Death Eaters invaded Hogwarts. Dumbledore and Harry returned from seeking another Horcrux to find the castle under attack. On the astronomy tower, Severus Snape, who had spent 15 years appearing to serve Dumbledore while maintaining his cover as a Death Eater, killed Dumbledore with the killing curse. The students watching saw only betrayal. They saw their headmaster murdered by a professor they had never trusted. They didn't know that Dumbledore had been dying already, that he had ordered Snape to kill him to spare Draco Malfoy's soul, that Snape's true allegiance remained with the light, even as he fled into darkness. Dumbledore's death marked the end of an era. The greatest wizard of the age was gone. Hogwarts had lost its protector, and darkness gathered more thickly than ever before. The 7th year, Harry did not attend Hogwarts. Instead, he, Ron, and Hermione embarked on a desperate quest to find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes. They lived on the run, hunted by Death Eaters, slowly unraveling the mystery of what Voldemort had created and how to unmake it. Meanwhile, Hogwarts fell under Death Eater control. Severus Snape became headmaster, hated by students who saw only his betrayal, unaware he was desperately trying to protect them from within. The Carrows, Death Eaters appointed as professors, used torture as punishment. Students formed a resistance, led by Neville Longbottom, who had grown from a forgetful, nervous boy into a young man of remarkable courage. In May 1998, Harry returned to Hogwarts seeking the final Horcrux. His return sparked the Battle of Hogwarts, the climactic conflict that would determine the future of the wizarding world. Death Eaters and Voldemort's creatures attacked the castle. Professors and students defended it with everything they had. The protective enchantments Dumbledore had woven over decades were strengthened by every teacher's magic. Statues and suits of armor were animated to fight. House elves emerged from the kitchens to defend their home. The battle raged through the night. Fred Weasley died in an explosion, his last expression one of laughter. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks fell fighting side by side, leaving their infant son orphaned as Harry had been. Colin Creevey, a student who had idolized Harry, died defending the castle. 50 more fell before dawn. Witches and wizards, young and old, pure blood and muggle-born, dying together to defeat darkness. Severus Snape, his true allegiance, finally revealed too late, was killed by Voldemort's snake. But before he died, he gave Harry his memories, showing the truth of everything: his love for Lily, his role as double agent, his protection of Harry throughout the years, and the final, terrible secret, that Harry himself was a Horcrux, that he carried a piece of Voldemort's soul and would have to die for Voldemort to become mortal. Harry walked into the Forbidden Forest to face Voldemort alone, accepting his death so that others might live. Voldemort cast the killing curse, and Harry fell. But once again, ancient magic saved him. Because Voldemort had taken Harry's blood in his resurrection ritual, Lily's protection lived in Voldemort's veins. The curse destroyed the Horcrux within Harry, but left Harry himself alive, unconscious but breathing. When Voldemort believed Harry dead and marched on the castle in triumph, Neville Longbottom, the other boy the prophecy might have meant, drew Gryffindor's sword from the Sorting Hat and destroyed Nagini, Voldemort's final Horcrux. Harry revealed himself alive and faced Voldemort in the Great Hall before the assembled Defenders and Death Eaters. They cast their curses simultaneously, Voldemort's killing curse and Harry's simple disarming spell. But Voldemort's wand, the Elder Wand, most powerful wand in existence, recognized Harry as its true master. The killing curse rebounded once more, and Tom Riddle, who had feared death above all else, who had torn his soul apart trying to escape it, died at last, mortal and defeated. The battle ended with the dawn. The castle stood damaged, but standing, its stones splattered with blood but its foundations firm. The survivors gathered in the Great Hall, exhausted, grieving, relieved beyond measure. Hogwarts would be rebuilt. The damage would be repaired. Students would return the following September to continue their education. New professors would be appointed, including Neville Longbottom, who would eventually teach herbology, walking the same corridors where he had once been terrified and uncertain. The magical world would heal slowly, learning to live without the shadow of Voldemort, trying to build a society more just and inclusive than the one that had allowed his rise. And Harry Potter, who had spent his entire life defined by his role in a war he never chose, would finally have the chance to discover who he might be in peacetime, to live the ordinary life his parents had died protecting. The stars shine softly over the castle tonight, as they have for countless centuries. Let their eternal light guide you toward rest. The summer that followed the Battle of Hogwarts was unlike any the castle had witnessed in its long history. Usually, June brought the departure of students for holidays, leaving the castle quiet and still, attended only by professors and house elves preparing for the next year. But the summer of 1998 brought crowds of witches and wizards, all dedicated to healing what had been broken. The damage from the battle was extensive. Sections of wall had crumbled under dark curses. Windows were shattered throughout the building. The astronomy tower bore scorch marks from magical fire. The great hall's enchanted ceiling flickered uncertainly, struggling to maintain its illusion. And everywhere there were reminders of what had been lost: bloodstains on ancient stone, blast marks in corridors where students had fought and died. But the magical community came together as never before to restore their most precious institution. Minerva McGonagall, who had become headmistress in the war's aftermath, coordinated the efforts with her characteristic efficiency and dedication. She had taught at Hogwarts for decades, had defended it in the final battle despite her age, and now she would ensure it rose from the ashes stronger than before. Professors returned early from what should have been their rest, working alongside curse breakers and crafts wizards to repair the damage. Former students arrived to help, some who had fought in the battle, others who simply loved the castle and wanted to contribute to its restoration. Even house elves worked with renewed purpose, their magic woven into every stone they helped repair, every corridor they cleaned of debris and sorrow. The castle seemed to respond to this outpouring of love and dedication. Portraits that had been damaged restored themselves more quickly than expected. Staircases that had been blasted apart reformed with minimal intervention. The protective enchantments that had been shattered during the battle rewove themselves naturally, as if the castle itself was healing, drawing strength from the magic poured into it by those who cherished it. By late August, Hogwarts stood ready once more. Not unchanged, the scars of battle would always remain, subtle marks on certain walls, memories held in stone, but whole again, prepared to welcome students as it had for nearly 1,000 years. The start of term in September 1998 was both familiar and profoundly different. The Hogwarts Express departed from platform 9 3/4, as always, filled with students nervous and excited. First years crossed the lake in the traditional boats, staring up at the castle with wonder in their eyes. The sorting hat sang its song, and students were sorted into their houses beneath the great hall's enchanted ceiling. But the shadows of war lingered. Empty seats at the house tables marked those who would never return. Some students had lost parents or siblings in the battle. Others carried psychological wounds that would take years to heal. The entire 7th year class that had missed their final year while Hogwarts was under Death Eater control returned to complete their education, creating an unusual blend of ages and experiences. Headmistress McGonagall addressed the assembled students with words both stern and compassionate. "Hogwarts has stood for nearly 1,000 years," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the hall. "It has weathered wars and plagues, division and darkness. It stands still because of those who defended it, who believed in what it represents. A place where all magical children, regardless of their heritage, can learn and grow in safety. We honor those who fell by continuing their work, by building a world worthy of their sacrifice." The students listened in silence, understanding that they were part of something larger than themselves, inheritors of a legacy forged in both triumph and tragedy. Classes resumed with a renewed sense of purpose. Defense against the dark arts, finally freed from whatever curse had plagued the position, was taught by professors who stayed more than a year, who could build upon previous lessons instead of starting fresh each term. The subject focused not just on defensive magic, but on understanding the nature of darkness, on recognizing that the capacity for both light and dark existed within everyone, and that choices mattered more than circumstances. Muggle studies became more popular, taught now with genuine respect for non-magical people and their achievements. The old prejudices, while not entirely eradicated, were challenged openly in ways they never had been before. Students learned that blood status meant nothing, that Muggle-borns like Hermione Granger had saved the wizarding world, that courage and wisdom could be found in any house, any family, any heritage. The house system itself evolved subtly, while Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin maintained their distinct identities and traditions. The rigid divisions softened. Students from different houses collaborated more freely. Slytherin, which had produced so many Death Eaters, began the slow process of rebuilding its reputation, attracting ambitious students who wanted to prove that cunning could serve good purposes, that Salazar's house need not be defined by its darkest members. As the years passed, and new generations of students filled Hogwarts corridors, the castle continued to reveal itself in ways both mysterious and magical. It remained a place of secrets and wonders, where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred until one couldn't distinguish them. The Room of Requirement, damaged during the battle when fiendfire had consumed it, eventually restored itself, though it took years, as if the castle needed time to heal this particular wound. When it finally reopened, students discovered it still responded to their needs, still provided sanctuary for those who required it, though perhaps it was more cautious now, more selective about what it offered. The portraits continued their endless conversations, now including those who had died in the recent war. Fred Weasley appeared in a painting with George, the two forever young, forever together in oil and canvas. Dumbledore's portrait remained in the headmistress's office, offering counsel to McGonagall and her eventual successors, his painted eyes still twinkling with wisdom and mischief. Severus Snape's portrait hung there too, finally honored as the hero he had always been, his sacrifice recognized even if his manner remained perpetually dour. The ghosts drifted through their familiar haunts. Nearly Headless Nick celebrated his 500th Death Day party. The Grey Lady, her secret about the Ravenclaw diadem, finally revealed and resolved, seemed lighter somehow, as if a centuries-old burden had been lifted. The fat friar remained jovial, welcoming Hufflepuff first years with his gentle presence, and the bloody baron continued his eternal penance. Though students noted, he seemed slightly less fearsome than in previous centuries. The Forbidden Forest remained wild and dangerous, but new understandings were reached with its inhabitants. The centaurs, who had joined the battle's final stages, maintained their distance, but with less hostility than before. The Acromantula colony, its ancient leader Aragog, long dead, was carefully managed to prevent it from threatening students, and the unicorns continued their shy existence in the deepest glades, their presence a reminder that purity and innocence still existed in the world. The grounds expanded with new features over the years. A memorial garden where the names of all who died in the Battle of Hogwarts were carved in stone, surrounded by flowers that bloomed year-round through magic. Students often visited this quiet space, paying respects, reflecting on the price of peace, understanding that the freedom they enjoyed had been bought with blood and sacrifice. New professors joined Hogwarts staff, adding their magic to the castle's accumulated power. Neville Longbottom, who had destroyed the final Horcrux and helped win the war, became professor of herbology, teaching in the same greenhouses where he had once struggled as a student. His gentle encouragement helped countless uncertain students discover their own abilities, just as others had once helped him. Luna Lovegood, eccentric and brilliant, eventually returned as a visiting lecturer on magical creatures, bringing her unique perspective to a subject that benefited from her willingness to believe in the seemingly impossible. Her lessons were unconventional but deeply memorable, teaching students that there was always more to discover, more to understand, if one approached the world with open curiosity. Harry Potter himself taught briefly at Hogwarts, leading defense against the dark arts classes for a few years before moving to other work. His lessons focused on practical defense and the importance of friendship and loyalty in overcoming darkness. Students listened with rapt attention to someone who had faced Voldemort multiple times and survived, who embodied the truth that ordinary people could achieve extraordinary things. But most professors were names unknown to the wider wizarding world, dedicated teachers who spent decades shaping young minds, who never fought in great battles but waged daily war against ignorance and fear. They taught charms and transfiguration, potions and astronomy, ancient runes and arithmancy. They graded essays and supervised detentions. They comforted homesick first years and counseled confused seventh years. Their work, unglamorous and essential, continued the founder's vision day by day, year by year. And the students came, as they always had. 11-year-olds stepping onto the Hogwarts Express for the first time, nervous and excited. 7th years preparing for NEWTs and futures beyond the castle walls. Every house contributed its unique character: Gryffindor's courage, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Slytherin's ambition, all necessary, all valued, all part of the castle's eternal story. Decades passed. The Battle of Hogwarts became history, taught in classes, commemorated but gradually distant as living memory faded. Students who had fought in the battle aged and eventually passed on, their portraits joining the castle's collection, their stories becoming legend. But Hogwarts itself remained timeless, unchanging in its essential nature even as it adapted to new generations. The stone corridors that had witnessed 1,000 years of magic continued to echo with footsteps and laughter. The great hall still hosted feasts beneath its enchanted ceiling. The library still held knowledge accumulated over centuries. The Quidditch pitch still rang with cheers and groans as matches were won and lost. New students discovered the same secrets that students had found for centuries. Passages behind tapestries, rooms that appeared only when needed, stairs that led to unexpected places. They formed friendships that would last lifetimes, fell in love beneath stars visible through the astronomy tower, discovered who they were meant to be within the castle's protective embrace. The sorting ceremony continued its ancient ritual, the hat singing new songs that reflected current concerns while honoring timeless values. Each child who sat on the stool and felt the hat settle onto their head became part of an unbroken chain stretching back to the founders themselves, 1,000 years of students, all connected by this one moment of sorting, of finding their place, of beginning their journey. And through it all, the castle stood, its foundations deep in Scottish bedrock, its towers reaching toward the stars, its windows glowing warm against whatever darkness gathered beyond its walls, protected by enchantments layered over centuries, animated by the magic of countless witches and wizards who had loved it. Hogwarts endured. The seasons turned, as they always had. Autumn brought students returning from summer holidays, the Hogwarts Express carrying them north toward castle and home. Winter blanketed the grounds in snow, and the castle glowed with warmth and light during the darkest months. Spring arrived with new growth in the greenhouses and the Forbidden Forest, with Quidditch finals and examination pressure. Summer brought departures and the quiet time when the castle rested, attended by those who maintained it year-round. And in each season, in each year, in each century, the promise remained the same, that magical children would find sanctuary here, would learn and grow here, would discover their potential within these ancient walls, that regardless of what darkness threatened the wider world, Hogwarts would stand as a beacon of learning and hope, that the founder's dream, 4 extraordinary individuals who dared to build something greater than themselves, would continue as long as magic existed in the world. The portraits whispered to each other in the quiet hours, telling stories of students long dead, of professors whose teaching methods were remembered for generations, of moments both grand and small that had shaped the castle's character. The ghosts drifted through their familiar corridors, eternal witnesses to the castle's changing and unchanging nature, and the stones themselves, saturated with 1,000 years of magic, held memories that would never fade. Hogwarts was more than a school, more than a building. It was a living testament to what could be achieved when people came together in common purpose, when they chose to nurture rather than destroy, to teach rather than dominate, to build rather than tear down. It was proof that institutions could endure beyond their founders, that ideas could outlast individuals, that magic, both literal and metaphorical, could persist through the darkest times if people were willing to protect and preserve it. And so, we come to the end of our journey, dear listener. We have walked together through 1,000 years and more, from the founding dream to the present day, from ancient magic to modern triumph. We have witnessed wars and peace, darkness and light, loss and hope. We have seen the castle damaged and restored, threatened and defended, always enduring, always standing firm. Now it is time to rest. Close your eyes and imagine the castle one final time, its towers silhouetted against a star-filled sky, its windows glowing softly, the great hall quiet and still. The house tables are empty now, the students sleeping in their dormitories, the professors in their quarters. The portraits doze in their frames, the ghosts pause in their wandering, even the staircases stand still. All is peaceful, all is well. The castle has weathered another day, another year, another century, and it will stand tomorrow and the day after, and for all the tomorrows to come, welcoming new students, teaching new generations, continuing the endless story of magic and learning and hope. Let this knowledge comfort you as you drift towards sleep. Let the image of Hogwarts, eternal, protective, magical, carry you gently into dreams. Let the weight of this long story settle over you like a soft blanket, warm and familiar. The castle stands beside its black lake, beneath the wheeling stars, patient and eternal. And somewhere within those ancient walls, magic lives and breathes and waits for tomorrow. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep peacefully. Sleep knowing that Hogwarts endures and will endure forever.